I just know what I've seen a few TV shows. I know nothing more than anybody else on primate behavior. I know a lot about human behavior.
So you're not 100% sure then that human beings came from apes?
Human beings did not come from apes.
From primates.
Human beings did not. Human beings and all other primates came from earlier generations, earlier cousins of primates. We didn't descend from apes. Humans and apes both descended from common ancestors.
Amazing.
So it's a Friday night here in Los Angeles, and I don't know what it is about this city, but Friday night always has this like vibe to it. You know, everyone's getting ready to go out, have some drinks, have some food. There's a buzz in the air. I am here meeting with my better half to visit our favorite restaurant in the city, probably in the world, actually. But this is not a restaurant review channel. Instead, we're going to talk about something else that happens on Friday nights, and that's Hustler Casino Live, high stakes, especially on Fridays. And I just got done playing a high stakes Friday at Hustler, so we're going to talk about those hands. And as a bonus, we're also going to talk about Wednesday night, where I played 5 hours of 25, 50, 100, also at Hustler. Two very action-packed streams this week. So I figured instead of splitting them up into 2 videos, we're just going to package that all into what you're seeing right now. It's going to be the best hands from my week, and that's all I'm going to give away during this intro. So you guys enjoy the poker. I'm going to go enjoy some dinner, and I'll check in with you guys after that. All right, guys, here we go once again, picking up the action into this 25-50 game where we're actually around an hour and a half into the stream before I pick up anything playable. There's a double straddle on this hand for 200. I make it 500 with pocket sixes in late position. When it gets to Henry in one of the straddles, I think the second straddle, first straddle, I don't know. There's a lot of straddles here. But anyway, he raises it up with aces. Everything makes sense so far. He makes it 2200. Back to me in late position, and with a pocket pair, we have a no-brainer call here. Off to a flop, which comes down amazing for pocket sixes. It's 6-3 deuce with 2 clubs. And of course, top set is nice almost always, but it's especially nice here because I can have so many bluffs on this kind of board texture. There's straight draws, flush draws, combo draws. all sorts of stuff going on here. So when Henry leads out for a bet of 2,600, I'm going to go ahead and raise right away, like I said, because I could just have so many bluffs in this situation. Got to raise it up with the value as well. So I make it 7,600. Worth noting that this game starts at a 30K cap until the halfway point. After that, it becomes uncapped, but since we're not there yet, I'm only chilling with like a 30K starting stack or so. Back around to Henry now, and he decides that he's just going to go with it, which I can understand. You know, he doesn't want to get bluffed, and since I don't have that much behind, he just raises enough to essentially commit me. Not quite putting me all in, so I raise all in myself. He calls, and we are off to the races. I turn it over right away. He's in bad shape with aces. We run it just once, and he is unable to improve. So we start the night off a little slow, having to wait 90 minutes for the first important pot for me, but it's definitely a good one, and it was worth waiting for because we're getting $67,000 pushed in our direction. The very next shuffle, this hand goes down where I raise it up to $300 with ace king, another very playable hand pre-flop. Get a couple of callers before Audi in the straddle decides that he's all in for 17,000 and change. A huge jam, even though it's not a giant stack. I mean, I made it 300. There's a couple of callers, and it goes all in for almost 18K. It's Ace King offsuit is not the best hand in the world, but against Adi, who definitely gets out of line sometimes, I'm not folding. So I make the call. Everyone else folds, and he has Ace 4 suited. I show him the bad news and ask him how many times he wants to run it. He prefers twice, and we're in good shape to suddenly win a bunch of money in just two hands. But of course, we have to hold with Ace King. Can we do it versus Ace 4 suited? Let's see. On the first run out, we do hit top pair. Adi has a straight draw and a backdoor flush draw, but the 5 on the turn isn't going to help him hit that flush. Now we're just looking to avoid a deuce. And it comes another 5, which I didn't realize was enough to chop this pot up. That's right, we both have 5s full of aces, which is the same hand. That's not good for us because now there's a possibility we get scooped since he could hit a 4, a straight, or a flush on the second board. And we're off to a bad start on that one as well. We've got 2 hearts on the flop. Turn card is the ace of diamonds, so what we need to do here is avoid a 4 or a heart. But it's not meant to be. The 8 of hearts comes on the second river, and just like that, we lose the second run. What this means is we get quartered. That means he wins 3/4 of this pot. I win 1/4 of it, essentially doubling him up for half of his stack size, or 2/3 of his stack size. Math is hard. I'm not entirely sure. It's a late night, guys. I'm recording this at like 2 in the morning. So all you need to know is I lost around $12,000 or something in this hand. That's not cool. I had ace king. I mean, what the hell? Isn't poker supposed to be fair? Moving right along, this next one, I have a much more fair hand to battle with. Pocket Kings. This one, there's a raise from PP to 300. A bunch of callers. I am, of course, not going to call. Time to put in the raise. I make it $2,800 to go. Unfortunately, this creates a bit of a calling train behind me where PP calls, Henry calls, and that's about it. Just 2 callers, but still not the most fun being deep stacked out of position versus 2 players. Really good at Kings. But we get a really nice flop. It's Jack 4-3 with 2 hearts. That looks good enough to me, so I continue betting. I put in a bet of $5,000, which is around half pot. PP is out of there with his ace high, but Henry has flopped himself a gutter, which is good enough to continue in position, at least according to him. He makes the call, and we're off to a turn, which is the deuce of diamonds. Not really my favorite card because the obvious straight draw gets there, which would be 6-5 suited. And as you guys can see, I wasn't too far off since Henry actually has 7-6 suited. But since 6-5 gets there, there's also some, sets he might slow play on the flop. And of course, ace-5 is in the realm of possibilities. I decide to pot control here with a check. I do want to go on record and say that continuing to bet here seems completely fine to me. And overpair is always, or almost always, a very strong hand. And Henry could definitely call with worse, but I decide to check and see if he wants to bluff or potentially value bet a stronger hand if he does have one. But instead, Henry checks it back, which looks pretty good to me. Off to a river, which is the 10 of spades. So I think kings are almost always the best hand at this point, but the question is, what is the best way to play these kings? And of course, you could argue that just betting here makes sense because I have lower pair, so I bet. Nothing wrong with that logic, but I know Henry likes to bluff when he gets checked to, especially in big pots. Plus, he might also value bet a hand like a jack, or even go for some thin value with ace-10. Who knows? I felt like he might have checked back the turn with a flush draw, though. And if he does have a flush draw, I don't want to remove the opportunity for him to bluff, which I would probably do like that myself. So a bit risky here to check again, but that's what I do. And luckily, it works out because Henry has 7 high. He's definitely going to bet with that hand, trying to steal this one away from ace king or ace queen, hands like that, which I might play this way. But unfortunately for him, as he slides $13,000, I am not folding this hand. I call right away with kings. He gives me the head shake, saying, "Yeah, I turn over my cards. Never really interested in making people show losing hands." And sure enough, kings are good, so we scoop this pot as well. Now for this next hand, we are going to fast forward over 2 hours. That's right, guys. That's what card death looks like. 2 hours of pretty much nothing going on for me. Until this one comes up where I look down at 9-8 offsuit on the button, finally with premium holding. But jokes aside, we were playing the stand-up game, which means if you don't win a hand, you pay money to the rest of the table. It's a little more intricate than that, but that's the gist of it. And honestly, if you don't get it by now, I've spoken about it so many times, you got to go outside, touch some grass, and study how this game works. But anyway, L makes it $500 to go from late position, and I decide to spring into action with a re-raise up to $1,500. I'm essentially just playing the fact that I have position and somewhat connected cards, but obviously if we face another raise, we're going to have to let this one go. But that's not what happens. Instead, it gets back around to L, who makes the call, so we're heads up in position to a flop of king, queen, 5, rainbow. Looks okay to me. We could have all sorts of strong stuff on this board texture. So when he checks, I decide to continue betting small, much like I would with any value hand. I put in $700, and L makes the call. So we're off to a turn, which is the 10 of hearts. L checks again, and even though we might be up against a strong hand here, like a slow played aces, ace king, top 2, whatever, he could also have plenty of hands that call the flop, which just have to fold against a turn bet. And that includes hands like queen 9 suited, maybe ace 5 suited. He might have a hand like, I don't know, pocket jacks, whatever. I guess pocket jacks are open-ended, but they're out of position. I don't know, stuff. Either way, L checks, and I decide to continue applying pressure to those kinds of hands. Also, I could still have a lot of strong stuff here, which I think he'll know. So I throw in an overbet here. That's how much I would bet if I had a hand like a set, 2 pair, ace jack. So I think doing it with 9 high also makes sense. $7,000 into the middle. The pot is only $4,800, so I'm hoping to put him in a tough spot, but L is not to be deterred with his top pair and open-ender, which makes sense. He has a pretty standard hand to continue with. I wouldn't be loving it in his shoes, but folding seems a little too tight. And he seems to be on board with that because he once again makes the call. Tosses in $7,000, and I think it's obvious now that we're in trouble. But the river bails me out. It's the jack of spades. You could argue fortune favors the bold, and this is yet another example of that. We end up rivering a straight. Obviously, we lose to any ace, but when you think about the way this hand has played out, I think it's essentially impossible for him to have an ace, unless he has exactly ace-jack, but he wouldn't have ace-king, given how it played pre-flop. He wouldn't really have an ace-queen after calling the turn. He wouldn't have ace-10. Ace-5 would also have folded the turn. There's just so many hands that contain an ace, which I expect to have either 4-bet pre-flop or folded the turn. But given how this exact hand has played out, I don't think he's going to have an ace often enough for me to be concerned. And decide to shove for value. The bottom end of the street here, targeting 2 pairs, sets, anything like that, maybe even single pairs that just don't really want to go selling. Of course, sometimes I will run into, the higher straight, and that's just life. I'm okay with that if it does happen, but I'm prepared enough for him to potentially miss the balls of value. So I switch from bluffing to money betting a show, looking to the product. Now looks like Steve. Feels like forever. This guy thought about this decision for like 3 or 4 minutes. But I guess it was time well spent because in the end he does make a disciplined fold. It was 2 pair. Nice fold from L. I guess he played a perfect one. He was ahead. He was behind, but I get lucky this time. And obviously I don't have the ace. And with that, we arrive at the night. The end of the first things. It's in for 100, and it's up to 500 waiting on me. Now it's 2 red nines. Looks like a standard. And then PE, players don't play. Up to $2,000. Audie cold calls this 3-bet from the big blind. It gets back around to me. Even though I'd expect Giants to be the best man more often than not, I don't know if the 4-bet really accomplishes much. Essentially because I expect people to only continue with hands that have shape and fold out all the bad stuff. Audie being in this pot isn't super concerning. These nights kind of play themselves. You know, if you hit a set, life is good. If you don't, and there's a bunch of overcards, you can just fold. So I keep things simple and just call. We go 3 ways to a flop, which is an absolute miracle. It's 9-8-8. Top boat right away on the flop. Running hot tonight. It's been a while since I flopped a full house, and it's been an even longer while since my opponent flops trips at the same time. He was pretty deep here, 136,000 was my previous stack. He started with like 30K, so he's up a bunch. I think he's feeling pretty confident tonight, but this is because we have one clear score. Next, obviously, it's up to check and now people that's $2,500. Adi puts in an optimistic call here, but when it gets raising right away is the best idea. Fine, but when you're super deep, I like raising a lot of hands. That includes bluffs, obviously, to apply pressure across future streams, and of course value, because you just have to build pots when you have strong hands. It's really not rocket science. That's what most people made. It's not every day you flip a full house, so I decided to raise it up right away. I make $11,000 to go, asking myself how much would I make it with a straight draw or a flush draw, whatever kind of bluff I might have in this spot. 11,000 seems like a good number, so that's what I do. Maybe thinks for a bit and makes the call, which I'm obviously happy to see. And Audi gets out of there with his pocket sixes. They finally go in the muck. So heads up going to a turn, which isn't my favorite really. It's the Jack of Hearts. Now you're probably wondering, what the hell does it matter? You flop the full house, and I get that, but I think this card makes it a little bit scarier for PP to hang on if he has over pairs. Let's say him by 10-7 suited. It now gets there. Pocket jacks might check raise the flop once in a while. I can have hands like Queen 10 once in a blue moon, then check raise the flop as gut shot of 2 overs. So yeah, it's not my favorite. I would have preferred a low disconnected card, but we work with what we're given. Pot's 30,000, and I have 115K behind. And I'm thinking to myself, how do I get all my chips into the middle and get called? Obviously, the most clear answer is to just bet big right now, and then bet big again on the river, right? I mean, how else would you play this hand? Well, even though that makes perfect sense, I've played enough with PP to know that he might be able to see through that because it looks exactly like what it is, a full house or trips or a straight or some type of value. So instead of taking the standard route, which by the way I don't think is a bad idea, I'm just saying what was going through my mind at the time, I decided to get really weird and go for a huge bet. And my thinking behind that was, this is going to look a lot like a combo draw or some sort of bluff that's trying to apply max pressure. PP's been on the heater tonight. He's been 3-betting me a lot. And I think the table dynamic at this point was such that I could take this thing, so to speak. Obviously, that's not what's going on. But I think that's all good reason to a big bet here. Make it look like a bluff. If he has an 8, I don't think he'll fold. If he has an over, he's still over. He'll fold. And with all that in mind, I jam all $415,000, a massive overbet with a super strong hand. Not something you see every day. It's very rare, even for me. I don't think I've seen this before, really ever. It's such a weird play, and it's obviously so risky, right? Because if PP does end up folding an overpair, a jack, even an 8, then I just look like a complete fool. But I was willing to take that risk because I also think this bet makes it more likely that we get called. PP now goes in the tank, and he certainly didn't expect this. I barely expected it, really. But eventually, with his 8-5 offsuit, he decides to keep me honest and make the call. That's exactly what we were hoping for, and just like that, we have a $261,000 pot, over $250,000 in the middle, and he's only got 1 out. He asked to run it twice, as per usual. I'm fine with that. All we need to do is dodge the last 8 in the deck. We managed to do so on the first river, as well as the second. That, guys, is how I won the biggest pot of the night. In fact, I think it's probably just like that, money on this. Otherwise, that was a winner for me. Let's move to 9 numbers. This one start with 5100. This hand, starting off a little tame. He makes the call on the hijack, and then airball 3 bets on the button to $1,200. Back around to me, and I believe the rate with ace of knobs. Calling is okay, but sometimes that makes sense, especially against the resident players. Balance out the times that we've got aces and kings and stuff. So I go for it this time. I bump it up to $4,800. PP's out of there, but now when he gets to airball, it's 6-2 suited. He's not done with it just yet. In fact, he's putting in another raid. $11,000. Neither of us are super in here. Getting such a good price is completely fine to call. Even raising it is something that crossed my mind, but instead of getting all fancy and trying to get into some pre-flop missing form, I decided to play my hand a little more normal and just call it throw a flop and see what happens. It's 10 high, 10-8-3 with 2 hearts. Not the best. I have this diamonds, not the ace of hearts. My suits were the other way around, but either way, I checked and down airball, but it's really small. 4,400, which is less than a quarter pot. Can't go anywhere for that price just yet. We have 2 overs and some back possibilities, so I make the call, and we see the 4 of spades on the turn. Still no help to my hand whatsoever, so I check. And now airball assembles another bet. And here's the thing, I know I might be getting bluffed from time to time. Obviously, this is one of those times when I have 6-2. Credit to him, he certainly has no fear. The thing is, I could just have so many better hands. That's just the way to make life easy. If I could have better hands, I'm really comfortable pulling. My king's off in this spot, so I let it go. And airball gets away with absolute murder. 6 high takes it down. He kind of dumps on me here. Nice hand to him. And with that, we fast forward 2.5 hours. That's right. I bet you didn't see that coming. But once again, for some reason, we are experiencing some hard debt on tonight's stream. That's fine though. I'm trying to just hang out and stay as patient as I possibly can. But anyway, this one we're playing 5100, 200. There's a bunch of winners. I'm kind of 7-5 off. The final straddle, I decided to check it. So we'll go 5 ways to a board of Jack, 8, 6, 2 spades. That's an open-ended straight draw for me, as well as a backdoor flush draw, as well as a backdoor straight flush draw. That's right. Talk about overselling my hand. Anyway, airball checks, Wesley checks, Mike X checks, I check, Dr. P checks. That's right. 5 players check, so we're off to a turn, which is an interesting one. It's the 9 of spades. Brings in a potential flush, but it also gives me straight. And hey, that aforementioned straight flush draw. Kind of getting that. Airball checks, Wesley checks, Mike X checks. I'm going to bet down without straight. Flush draw, so why not? I'm putting $500. Now airball puts in a check raise from the small line. I can't say I love his exact hand, but I can say that I love the effort of $200. Makes it $3,500 to go. I, of course, have a line up against the flush. That's fine. We have a straight, we have outs. So I make a call. Me calls as well. 3 of us going to a river, which will be comes the 10 of spades. A lot of favorable boards on today's spawn. I'm happy to see it. It's a straight flush. It's been a while since I hit one of those. It's not a huge pot or anything, but it still always feels great to hit a straight flush. Airball decides to give up now and check. He's not giving up. He has the aces. I don't know. I can't see his cards. But it gets to me, and of course, with a straight flush, I am not going to risk this one checking through it, especially when he is prone to checking back. Decently strong hands. So I decided to assemble a bet of $9,000. It's Dr. P on the board now. He's got the second nut flush, or is it the third nut flush? I don't know, debatable. But he's got the king of spades that goes into the table. And I kind of understand this. He knows I can have the ace of spades. The airball might be laying in the weeds with the case of spades. So it's kind of a difficult spot, but I think a call here is probably the way to go. I could definitely have some bluffs. King of spades is a strong hand here. Instead, Dr. P thinks about it for quite some time and takes a conservative route, lets it go, which is disastrous for the course, and their ball folds as well. So that kind of sucks because they made an awesome hand and got no action. Nice fold from Dr. P. Not this time, but still, straight flush is a straight flush. Not bad. This next one, Dr. P pieces up the action for 100. Airball 3 bets to 1,000, and then it gets to me in the big blind looking down at Jack offstage. This is the type of hand that maybe 1% of the time I like using as the bet bluff, and that's simply because it's 2 Broadway cards, and we have
Listen up. We are about to create the brand new Game of Thrones game.
Oh, so the main character's obviously Jon Snow, right?
Wrong. You are the main character, a mysterious figure from a new house in the north. This time, the fight is against something even more terrifying. You'll encounter new challenges, untold stories you've never seen before. Game of Thrones, King's Road.
I'd also adjust.
I'm fucking with it. It gives me two things to watch now.
Yeah, it's kind of like backwards tab.
Yeah.
Four kids.
So yeah, bits. Or I can. Yeah, bits. Or I can.
Give me that. That one dude does not miss, man. Kid woke up, man. Looks like this morning's start of my. Oh no. It's all right. All right. I love how there's no car over here. It's wild. Wild. Tired. I don't know how you guys not go to sleep. You know what I mean? You guys are crazy. I don't know how you guys. I don't know how you don't do it. Little shit. Oh, yeah, the fuck out of her. That's true. That is true. That's true. That is true.
Ba-dum-bum-bum.
Brick? Oh.
He squished it.
Oh, I just realized that. Oh, did you know neck breaks give you SR? Shaden?
তলত গ'ল
Airdrop has
তিনটা
been delivered.
মেমো নইলে আৰু টোপনি আহিছিল
Buscamos otra partida, ¿ok? Puede que haya fuga, ¿eh? Nos quedamos a ver si hay fuga. Y nos buscamos otra partida, ¿ok? Puede que haya fuga, ¿eh? Nos quedamos a ver si hay fuga.
UFC, please, man, stop it. I know it's that entire Tottenham team league. I don't give a shit about it.
Are you a
He attacks glass every night. It's absolutely phenomenal. A cut above everyone else.
That same animation is trash. They got to do something with that animation. Like, I got to see that animation three times again, possibly even more.
He'll take the opportunity to regroup. And since we have a second here, let's see which teams have dominated the offensive glass and second chance opportunities this season. Number one, the Grizzlies.
And give them credit. They're earning every one of those second chance points with their relentless.
little sweaty sweat. Is that a legend? That's vet, right? That better be vet, nigga. I ain't gonna lie. If we playing threes, Jay, how do I tell you, Jay? Jay, how do I tell you, Jay? Jay, how do I tell you, twin? How do I tell you, twin? I gotta pick up the better player, dude. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know if we getting to Brian, bro. Let's go. Come on. Where we at? Bro, I don't want to take different on a swing though, bro. Did we take a swing to stage?
So I don't know what my man Khalil at. Yeah. Ain't the bus driver. Where Lurk's at, man?
There's people literally on the freaking hills that are rotating right now.
All right. I'll go play with my beaver.
That's fine with me.
Today, you barely put stems in your loadie today, dude. Hey, man, you got to get them shits in there, dude. Yo, are your lobbies miserable today, Hog?
Step into Wix Studio, the platform.
अपना लास्ट बंदा कहाँ है? ये वहाँ क्या कर रहा?
I don't even care about the skin. I already fucked it up. Oh my god. What's the skin anyways? Let's see. What skin it? Good shooting, senor. Damn, look at that bullet. Let's get out of here.
Why is hold on? Get my players in the game, bro. Why is was that name Jet Howard? Why the fuck is he in the game? Popovich, I don't know what you're on, bro, but it's not it.
And timeout is called by Greg Popovich. Looking for a breather and maybe just one or two things to talk about. The Spurs making a switch here. And you know, Greg, we're seeing so many teams utilizing the dribble handle.
Did I put Harden in the fucking game?
Forces the defense.
I think you did. You got Potter.
In the third quarter, a double-digit deficit will make it tough to come back. And now let's go back to a play from earlier as we show you.
And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during halftime. Boy, you look at Derrick Rose. What a contribution.
He's hit shot after shot from deep. He's so locked in right now.
Well, he's in a great rhythm, looking comfortable and confident.
Chicago leading. We've got George, and it's Lewis in at the point. That's the 5 for the Pacers. Ranger passes to Lewis, and here's George. There's the triple, and it's Chicago with a board. Rodman's got 6 rebounds here tonight. Here's Rose, and down it goes. Jam that one home.
There is a persistence and a willingness to seek contact.
Apparently, this tool can help you get 1,000 subscribers in 22 seconds. Let's find out, shall we? Just checking my channel. Huh. Whoa. What? Well, that's me sorted. Your turn. This is how much money I made from 1 million.
Here's a YouTube hack that I've been using to get more subscribers that not many people know about. And the crazy thing is, it only takes about 30 seconds to do. From a desktop, go to your channel and click Customize Channel. Then go to Branding and go down to where it says Video Watermark. This lets you have a little logo down in the corner of your long form videos that lets people click and easily subscribe to your channel. Now, most YouTubers just leave this blank, or they'll throw up a brand logo or something like that, which makes sense, but there's actually a better way to do this. Instead of placing your logo here, upload this image right here that says subscribe with a big red background like this, and set it to display on the entire video. Now when people are watching your video, there's a small yet obvious reminder here in the corner for them to be able to easily click and subscribe to your video at any time while they're watching. So go ahead and click that subscribe button for more tips. Here's a YouTube hack that I've been using to get more subscribers that not many people know about, and the crazy thing is, it only takes about 30 seconds to do. From a desktop, go to your channel and click Customize Channel. Then go to Branding and go down to where it says Video Watermark. This lets you have a little logo down in the corner of your long form videos that lets people click and easily subscribe to your channel. Now, most YouTubers just leave this blank, or they'll throw up a brand logo or something like that, which makes sense, but there's actually a better way to do this. Instead of placing your logo.
Stealing other people's ideas on YouTube is the easiest way to get 100 subscribers right now. And no, I'm not literally talking about stealing their content. Instead, what you need to do before you create a video is do a search for that topic, look at the top 3 titles, look at the top 3 hooks in those titles, and make sure that your video is better. If your video is better, YouTube's going to reward you by giving you more subscribers. Now, smash that subscribe button for more YouTube growth tips. Stealing other people's ideas on YouTube is the easiest way to get 100 subscribers right now. And no, I'm not literally talking about stealing their content. Instead, what you need to do before you create a video is do a search for that topic, look at the top 3 titles, look at the top 3 hooks in those titles, and make sure that your video is better. If your video is better, YouTube's gonna...
This looks like...
Size matters.
Have you ever wondered why you look so... This one mistake could be destroying your YouTube.
Try this to get more views on your next YouTube short. It's a simple video structure called a loop. And to do it, you need to try this to get more views on your next YouTube short. It's a simple video structure called a loop. And to do it, you need to try this to get...
I'm just here to do my... Here's a YouTube hack that I've been using to get more subscribers that not many people know.
Implement this hack.
हेलो दोस्तों, आज हम इस वीडियो में एक ऐसा ट्रिक बताने वाले हैं जिससे आप लोग पर डे 100 सब्सक्राइबर ले सकते हो, वह भी बिल्कुल फ्री में। आप लोग
If you want more subscribers on YouTube, you need to implement this trick. Step number 1 is coming over to your YouTube channel and then grabbing this URL right here. Step number 2 is you want to add this text right here to the end of your URL. Now your URL should look something like this. And now you need to just start using that URL in your pinned comment, in your description, and on your channel page. Because when viewers click it, it's going to automatically prompt them to subscribe to your channel. If you want more subscribers on YouTube, you need to...
On YouTube, more editing does not equal more views. A better camera does not equal more views. More SEO does not equal more views. You know what does equal more views? SEO does not equal... Better ideas equals more views.
Waking up to 0 new subscribers every single... Question time! On average, vidIQ during our videos. I'll tell you why this is at the end of this video. From a little subscribe to vidIQ. Why? Why should I subscribe to your channel? You've not done... You promised something. What happened in the... Yeah, I think you...
Here's a YouTube hack that I've been using to get more subscribers that not many people know about, and the crazy thing is it only takes about 30 seconds to do. From a desktop, go to your channel and click Customize Channel, then go to Branding, and go down to where it says Video Watermark. This lets you have a little logo down in the corner of your long-form videos that lets people click and easily subscribe to your channel. Now, most YouTubers just leave this blank, or they'll throw up a brand logo or something like that, which makes sense, but there's actually a better way to do this. Instead of placing your logo here, upload this image right here that says subscribe with a big red background like this, and set it to display on the entire video. Now when people are watching your video, there's a small yet obvious reminder here in the corner for them to be able to easily click and subscribe to your video at any time while they're watching. So go ahead and click that subscribe button for more tips. Here's a YouTube hack that I've been using to get more subscribers that not many people know about, and the crazy thing is it only takes about 30 seconds to do. From a desktop, go to your channel and click Customize Channel, then go to Branding, and go down to where it says Video Watermark. This lets you have a little logo down in the corner of your long-form videos that lets people click and easily subscribe to your channel. Now, most YouTubers just leave this blank, or they'll throw up a brand logo or something like that, which makes sense, but there's actually a better way to do this. Instead of placing your logo here, upload this image right here that says subscribe with a big red background like this, and set it to display on the entire video. Now when people are watching your video, there's a small yet obvious reminder here in the corner for them to be able to easily click and subscribe to your video at any time while they're watching. So go ahead and click that subscribe button for more tips. Here's a YouTube hack that I've been using to get more subscribers that not many people know about, and the crazy thing is it only takes about 30 seconds to do. From a desktop, go to your channel and click Customize Channel, then go to Branding, and go down to where it says
went to the book of Esther. How do you know that these books that we have, the compilation we have, are the correct books? I've seen it work for me, and I don't see contradictions when I've seen the book of Esther work for you. Come on now, dog. Come on, man. Get over here. Corey, why would you ask if he seen the book of Esther?
Do you modify your statement that you made in that clip? Brother Othman, you also made the public statement of presenting it like it's some kind of neutral affair between good brothers, both doing good for the Ummah. You wish it were private. Muhammad Hijab, you yourself are also aware of these things. You're also aware of the fact that Daniel attributed a kufri belief to you, and then you felt no need to even say anything about it. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Jake Magutella. Today's episode is not an exciting one. It's a rather unfortunate one, and it pains me. Yes, I said it. It pains me to have to make this video. But I feel that enough time has gone by, and I've done my best to settle some of these issues privately, but I failed. Maybe it's on my part. I'm happy to accept some of the failure being on my part, but eventually I felt that I had to make this video. Now, what am I referring to? In this video, I will be discussing specific individuals by name, and I will be explaining what my issues with them are, and is there an attempt at a reconciliation with them? And they may think, it's true, and that's why it really does pain me to make this video. Now, what am I talking about? Some of the people that I will be discussing in this video are brothers Ali Dawa, Othman bin Farouk, and Muhammad Hijab. I will be maybe mentioning a couple others in passing. But those are the three main individuals that I will be discussing. Yes, I have been friends with them. I have been friends with them. I did speak at Othman bin Farouk's one of his conferences in New Jersey. I spent some time with Muhammad Hijab and Abi Dawa in person. We met one time. I've also corresponded with them over the years privately as well. I helped Muhammad Hijab prepare for his debate with William Lane Craig. I also delivered 2 courses on his website, Sapiens Institute, on Christianity, etc., etc. So I have had some degree of relationship with each of these 3 individuals in slightly different capacities. Now, what I'm going to discuss, I want everyone to be clear. Again, and I can't stress this enough, I'm not happy to make this video. It actually pains me to have to make this video. It's really unfortunate. It's something that I would have loved to solve and discuss in more detail privately. But unfortunately, that didn't work out, and I will explain why and how that didn't work out as this video goes along. Okay, so what exactly is your issue, Jake? Well, each one of these 3 individuals, in light of the recent ongoing feud, if you can call it that, with Daniel Humphrey issue, and not just between myself, but with brother Fareed from Fareed Response, or Adnan Rashid, who is a good friend of these brothers, and many other guys, have publicly been calling out Daniel Humphrey issue for him being a shirk apologist, for him defending absurd and indefensible positions, and promoting them on his public platforms. Now, each one of these 3 individuals, Ali Dawa, Othman bin Farouk, and Muhammad Hijab, have responded differently. Now, I will go through each one of their different responses to Daniel Humphrey issue and highlight what the problems with them actually are. So let's take a look at the first example, which is Brother Ali Dawa. Here's a clip that I'm going to play from his video where he is strongly criticizing Faris al-Hamadi and attempting to defend Othman bin Farouk from his accusations and his allegations and whatever else he had to say. And if you want to check out, you can check out a recent video that I did on my channel where I discussed Faris and how we are not, like the best of friends and agree on everything, and that I don't have any criticisms of him. No, I actually criticized him strongly in my last video. So this video has nothing to do with the defense of Fares and the electronic flies that Daniel keeps talking about. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with these brothers' unfortunate either defense at times of Daniel or making it seem like this is just some personal beef between Jake and brother Daniel. No, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with Deen. It has to do with Usul al-Deen, the foundations of the religion, and how Daniel is promoting and defending shirk. So in this clip from Abi Dawa, you will see that he very briefly comments on the issue between Daniel and myself. Let's take a listen.
If there's anyone that is succeeding, and we're talking about Daniel Hadikatu and Jake, who are doing fantastic work for the Ummah, more than you can ever do in your life. If any of them cross the lines of bullying, absolute misguidance, shit, this man, you should be publicly against them. That's all I was saying.
There you go. I agree with that statement wholeheartedly, Brother Abi. And that's why I messaged you about this. You said Brother Jake and Brother Daniel have done great work for the Ummah. Bottom of our feet. I appreciate that. I try to do whatever little I can. I'm just a small drop in the ocean, really, in reality. But I appreciate that nonetheless, your comments. And I believe that all of these brothers, even Daniel, all of them have done some good for the Ummah to different degrees and in different capacities. However, that doesn't excuse Daniel's serious violations. You said it yourself, Brother Adam. And again, this is not an attack on you or any of the brothers. I hope that we can have reconciliation, inshallah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide us all. But you said that if Brother Daniel or Brother Jake had ever been promoting misguidance or kufr and shirk, then of course it should be called out. It should be called out publicly. I agree with that. And that's why I've been doing that with Daniel. And some of your own close friends, like Adnan Rashid, have done the same thing. So why haven't you? You made this statement. Why haven't you then called out Daniel? Why have, after the evidence has been presented to you, and what I want to be clear on, when you made this statement, there has already been an abundance of evidence presented to you, both publicly and privately. So why did you make this statement at the time? But even if we'll give it this, we'll say, okay, Brother Abi, no problem. You didn't really know what was going on. I can accept that to a certain degree. But now, since then, since you made this statement, since more evidence has come out, since Adnan Rashid has had that several-hour conversation with Brother Daniel, I'm not saying that you had to watch it and pay attention to all the ins and outs of this ongoing debate, but you knew, his utter disrespect towards Brother Adnan Rashid, who's a good friend of yours, and I think you look up to him to a certain extent, and his defense in the discussion with Adnan Rashid of kufr and shirk. And Adnan called him out for that. But just in case you're not aware of that, I'll give you again the benefit of the doubt, Brother Abi, because really, I don't have a personal issue with you, right? I really don't. I want the best for you. I want the best for everyone that I'm going to discuss in this video, and I hope that you will reciprocate. So anyway, just in case you're not familiar with it, we're going to take a look at some of those examples. But before I do so, I want to show something else. Let's listen to Daniel speaking about not only Jake, because forget about it. Let this be a personal affair between Jake and Daniel. You guys can think whatever you want. Let Daniel actually slander me. But listen to what he says about Brother Adnan Rashid. Let's see if you agree with this and you think that Daniel's correct, or do you think you should be silent about it, or do you think you should come out and actually condemn Daniel for his slander against Brother Adnan?
Then Adnan Rashid comes on and gets, you saw that. I didn't even say anything about what happened with that Adnan Rashid. Like, he's crying about it and whining about it, unfortunately, on Twitter, and repeating this idea that I'm upon kufr. That's another thing. Adnan Rashid really exposed himself in different ways on that stream, and I don't need to say more about that. But he also said, if you remember, when I was talking to him, that Daniel, you don't understand Tawheed. Daniel, you are ignorant about Tawheed. Who else says something like that? Ibn Abdul Wahhab. That's literally what Ibn Abdul Wahhab claimed about the rest of the Ummah. They don't understand Tawheed. and they're upon kufr and upon shirk. That's exactly what Adnan Rashid has been saying as well. So these are truly Wahhabis. They're truly followers of Ibn Abdul Wahhab, but they do taqiyya. They don't come out and say, you are a kafir. They just say you're upon kufr. You don't understand Tawheed. And imagine, I have been a Muslim my whole life. I've also been studying Islam for decades now. You know, I'm almost 40 years old, and I don't understand the basics. That's what Adnan Rashid said. That's what these Madkhadis say, these Wahhabis say. You don't understand the basics. But again, they leave the takfir implicit, and they say the same thing about someone like Imam Ghazali, the great ulama. They say the same thing about Suyuti. They say the same thing about Ibn Hajar, Subki. They say the same thing about all of the Deobandi scholars. So you can study your whole life. Imagine, you're studying your whole life. You go to a Deobandi madrasa at age 13 or 14, and you study, and you become a sheikh, a alim, you become a mufti, you become higher and higher levels of knowledge. These guys, these YouTubers or Adnan Rashid, still will think that you don't understand the basics of Tawheed. You are upon kufr because you don't understand the basics of Tawheed. Why? Because you don't accept exactly the positions that they have on what they consider to be aqidah. So we expose the idiocy of this perspective with Adnan Rashid. Yeah, isn't it amazing how Palestinians have exposed the Wahhabis and the Madkhadis? It's just been 3 days. You had Adnan Rashid, who on the one hand says, I don't understand Tawheed, and on the other hand, he starts attacking the Palestinian leaders and calling them fools. The Abrahamic leaders were they are trying their best, but with the support of all of you, we're able to repel this shameless attack from these Judeo-Muslim Zionists. But they've been exposed. So you should see Rabbi Ferris as part of this network with Jake, with Fareed, with Adnan, unfortunately, is exposing himself.
As if you have the same position as he did. You know this is a lie. You know that Brother Adnan and people like myself have stood up against the science. I have over 100 videos on my channel. So there's no ambiguity. This is an outright slander where he's calling Adnan Rashid a Judeo-Muslim Zionist. So I'd like to hear what you have to say about that, given the fact that he presented this as though it was a neutral affair between two good brothers, Jake and Daniel, as if there's not serious violations going on here. Now, he criticized me too. I'm open to criticism. He said, oh, Jake went off here, and he said this, and that was wrong. He's fine. I'm open. And here's the thing, not everybody has to comment on it. There's no obligation to comment. The problem is that you made a statement about it publicly. So you introduced yourself into this sphere discussion. You did it incorrectly, and now you have to be held to account for what you said. If you were just totally hands off, didn't engage in it whatsoever, then it's fine. There's not an obligation like every single individual needs to come out and condemn Daniel and condemn everything he's been saying or doing. No, I'm not claiming that. But you know, for whatever reason, introduced yourself into the conversation by making that public statement. Now, just to show it's not just this video, here's a post from Daniel where he's going on, making more lies, right? He says, it should be very obvious why these Gulf regimes would want to neutralize me. And they have even brought on their Zionist partners like the ADL to launch smear campaigns against me. Their latest strategy has been to draw on their larger network of Wahhabi influencers to nonstop criticize me and smear me as a kafir, which I never did. This is where Jake, Fareed, Adnan, and others come in. This is why Jake and Fareed might make vague negative statements about Zionism to save face. Vague? I had a debate with James Whale and his bozo companion on the same network that Piers Morgan is on. What do you mean vague statements? I have over 100 videos against Zionism. Crazy. Both in public, at masajid, at Islamic centers, at even universities, as well as online, live streams, videos. So there's no ambiguity. It's not vague negative statements. I outright condemn Zionism and anyone who is for it, but have nothing critical to say about the Gulf, Israeli normalization, or quote-unquote Rabbi Faris. I've condemned Israeli normalization. That's another lie. I don't accept it. I don't accept the Abraham Accords and Israeli normalization. They are all working together. No, we're not. I'm not working with Faris. You don't have to like me or support me. That's no problem. But at least don't let these Judeo-Muslims fool you or distract you from what is really happening. So Daniel's complaining about takfir and us supposedly calling him a kafir, which we didn't do, but yet he's calling us Judeo-Muslims and rabbis. He's called me a rabbi as well, not just Faris. So you have a problem with that? Do you accept that, Brother Avi? I don't know. I would hope not. Now, that's more of the sort of personal attacks and slander and lies from Daniel on people like Adnan, Fareed, myself, and others. However, that's not really the main key issue because although, yes, that's personal attacks and slanders, and I don't think Brother Ali should or would want to support that, nevertheless, it's more important the rights of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala being violated by someone like Daniel when he's spewing kufr and shirk. And if you're not aware of these examples, I'm going to highlight just 3 of them and 2 as part of the discussion with Brother Adnan. So let's take a listen.
You said you are not 100% sure if it's shirk. This in itself is kufr. Wait, I'll tell you. I'm not saying you're a kafir. I'm not doing the hukam. I'm telling you my understanding that if you doubt shirk, this in itself is kufr. But you said you are not 100. You are in doubt. Clearly you're not clear on tawheed and shirk and ibadah. You're not clear. If you were clear, you would have. I made it very clear that dua is ibadah. Ibadah is only for Allah. Anyone who does ibadah of anyone other than Allah is a mushrik. This is shirk. There is no issue of akbar and asghar here. The one who worships anyone other than Allah is a mushrik outside of Islam. This is known by necessity. Ma'loom bid-darura fid-deen. And I know what the concept means. You don't know. I'll tell you how you don't know. Because you are confused, Brother Daniel. You said in one of your tweets, and I quote, okay, and if you want us to put up the tweet on the screen, we can do that. But I'll read it. So that you're saying, I'm not sure if it's shirk akbar. First of all, even that's a problem. Even that's a problem. You know why? Because it is shirk akbar to worship anyone other than Allah. The Prophet said, ad-du'a huwa al-ibadah. Dua is ibadah. It is the essence of ibadah. So you're asking jinn. Let's deal with the prophets. Praying, making dua to jinn, making dua to angel, making dua to prophet, making dua to stone, tree, elephant, monkey. Okay, Uncle Sam, making dua to anyone. Making dua to anyone is shirk akbar because dua is ibadah. You are simply ignoring the point. Maybe deliberately, I don't know. I can't get inside you. But you need to understand my question. The Prophet ﷺ said, ad-du'a huwa al-ibadah. Dua is ibadah. Allah said, Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. We say to Allah when we pray in Al-Fatiha, we pray to you alone. You alone we pray to, O Allah. You alone. Ibadah. Okay? So, if you said you were talking about Shirk Asghar and Shirk Akbar, you said you're now claiming that you did believe it's Shirk Asghar, but not Shirk Akbar. If you're not sure if it's Shirk Akbar. It is Shirk Akbar. And if you think it's not, then you are in doubt about your Tawheed, number one. Number two, coming to your tweet, you don't even think if it's Shirk. You're not even sure if it's Shirk at all. That's what you said. So then our positions are completely opposed. I quote. So then our positions are completely opposed. You say, yes, it is known with certainty that going to the grave of the Prophet and asking him directly for healing is Shirk Akbar, like the Trinity or praying to an idol. I say no. It might not even be Shirk at all. It might not even be Shirk at all. And certainly not Shirk like the Trinity. Let's debate it. You try to prove your position and I'll try to prove mine. Now we're doing exactly that. We're debating it right now or discussing it, having a dialogue about it. You said in your tweet that it might not even be Shirk at all. Asghar or Akbar is out of the question. So first you said you accept the Shirk Asghar, but you're not sure if it's Shirk Akbar or 100% Shirk. Now I've showed you your tweet where you said that it might not even be Shirk at all. Brother Daniel, you're clearly confused. You don't know what Tawheed is. You don't know what Ibadah is. You don't know what Shirk is. Clearly. Otherwise, you wouldn't be making these confusing statements. You just confused everyone in front of me right now here. You said you were talking about Shirk Asghar and you were not talking about Shirk Akbar. It is Shirk Asghar, but I'm not sure if it's Shirk Akbar. And here you're saying in your tweet, it might not even be Shirk at all. So, Brother Daniel, please choose where you stand. You are stuck. You cannot get out of this one. You only have two choices now, Brother Daniel. You say, yes, I was wrong to say that I am not sure if making dua to other than Allah is shirk. Because it is shirk. Because ibadah to anyone other than Allah is shirk akbar. It takes you out. This is the most basic thing. Okay? This is the shahada. La ilaha illallah. There is no one worthy of worship except Allah. The shahada, the Wahhabi shahada you took with Sheikh Kareem Abu Zayd. Okay? And this is the essence of Islam. This is the first thing a child learns about Islam. La ilaha illallah.
So there you have it, Brother Ali. And that was a discussion about istikhatha, which you know a little bit about. Why? Because you've been having a public dispute with Asrar Rashid. Not to be confused with Adnan Rashid, who's in the video. We're talking about Asrar Rashid, right? The guy who's a Brelvi, although he won't claim to be, okay, who debated Abdurrahman Hassan. And I believe you were there at the debate. I believe you watched the debate. I believe that you were a supporter of Abdurrahman Hassan and his position that dua or istighatha, asking help from anyone other than Allah to the dead, people in the graves, as the example that Adnan Rashid actually just read, a tweet directly from Daniel, where Daniel was challenging me to debate him on whether or not if you go to the grave of the Prophet والسلام, and ask the Prophet directly, not to ask him to ask Allah, to ask the Prophet والسلام, directly to heal me, to give me healing. He said, this might not even be shirk at all. This is what Daniel said. Adnan said that this is a clear violation of the fundamentals of our religion, of Tawheed, of the oneness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that this is shirk, that this is kufr. To deny that istighatha and praying to the dead directly and asking them for help, to deny that this is kufr and shirk, is kufr itself. That's what Adnan said of Daniel. So when you said, oh, I just need to see that Jake or Daniel had some serious misguidance or violation, or they're defending or promoting kufr or shirk, then of course they should be called out. Well, here's the first example. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, Brother Ali. Maybe you were unaware of that, so that's why I'm presenting it here. So now let's take a look at the second example, as if the first one wasn't bad enough.
So to you, Daniel Hakikatu, believing that imams, the Shia imams, okay, are better than Anbiya, other than the Prophet ﷺ, is this kufr to you as a person? No, it's deviant. It's deviant. Okay, thank you. That's very clear. So
Did you hear that? Adnan Rashid asked, is it kufr to believe, as many of the 12 Shia believe, that their 12 imams, including the 12 imams who's in hiding, that he is greater than all of the prophets except for the Prophet Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam? Is this kufr? Is it kufr to believe that the 12 imam, the 12 hidden imam of the 12 Shia, is greater than Ibrahim alayhi salam, is greater than Isa alayhi salam, is greater than Adam alayhi salam? Is that kufr? Daniel said, no, it's not. It's merely a deviant belief, but it's not kufr. As we'll see, Adnan Rashid refutes that and explains why, in fact, it is kufr by ijma, by consensus of the scholars.
So all of the evidence you presented, trying to muddy the water on the part of the Shia, because you were representing the Shia position, although it's very convenient for you to say that, oh, this is all deviant. So this is all BS. But they believe this. They believe this. Let me present the case to you. It's like, wait, be patient. It's me going to the International Court of Justice, and I say, Israel is a tyrannical, oppressive, genocidal power. But this is the argument. This is how they justify the killing of the Palestinians. So people would think, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Why is he standing there representing the Israelis? It's just like you are representing kufr and shirk, trying to show us why it may not be kufr and shirk. We know it's kufr and shirk. We have produced evidence from the Quran. I gave my evidence from the Quran that the Quran says, "An-Nabiyyu awla bil mu'minin." Okay. Now you said, oh, they don't say imams are prophets. They don't say imams are prophets. They say imams are better than prophets, which is worse. For them to claim that imams are prophets, and to you that would take them out of Islam. If they claim imams are prophets, to you that would constitute kufr. But they are saying imams are better than prophets. You're not thinking. You're not listening to yourself, Brother Daniel. You're saying they are Muslims because they don't claim imams are prophets. That's what you're saying, right? But they are claiming something worse than that. They are saying imams are better than prophets. Better means better. Better means if they claim that all of them are prophets, or any one of them is a prophet, you and I would collectively declare takfir of them. We would say they are kuffar. They are kuffar like the Qadianis, like the Ahmadis, because they claim that another prophet after Muhammad Rasulullah. It doesn't matter how they try to justify it, what games they play. It doesn't matter what games they try to play. They are kuffar by simply claiming another prophet after Muhammad Rasulullah, in spite of all those statements. La Nabiya Ba'di. La Nabiya Ba'di. Okay, there's no prophet after me. So they are claiming something worse. They are saying imams are better than prophets. This is worse than claiming that they are prophets. Why? This strikes the concept of hukm nubuwwah directly. The Shia, okay, the mainstream Shia who believe this, converts who believe this, that imams are better than Anbiya, they are deniers of nubuwwah. They deny the nubuwwah. They deny the finality of prophethood because they claim, they are believing there are people coming after Muhammad Rasulullah who are better than Anbiya. There you have it. So all the lame arguments you put to me, because they knew, they're not claiming that the imams are prophets. They are prophets. They are claiming something worse. They are saying they are better. This is why it's more of a kufr. It's a bigger kufr than the kufr of the Qadianis. Because the Qadianis are not claiming that. The Ahmadi Jamaat, they do not claim that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani was better than Muhammad Rasulullah or better than other Anbiya. They are saying he is inferior to Anbiya and the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu, and he is, according to Mirza Qadiani's own words, he said that he's a servant of Abu Bakr and Umar. There is ijma narrated by Imam al-Nawawi. There are ulama like Qadi Iyad. They said anyone who believes this is a kafir, and it makes perfect sense. It goes against the Quran, it goes against the Sunnah, it goes against established principles that are known by necessity. Ma'loom min ad-deen bil-darura. They are known by necessity in the deen that no one can be better than Anbiya. It's worse than claiming that they are.
So if you say that I'm defending the kufr of the Shia, this is a slander against me.
So there you have it. There's the second example of Daniel's kufri belief, which is He's denying something which is known in the religion by necessity, something that is very clear in the Quran or Sunnah and affirmed by the ijma of the Ummah. Now, do you agree with that, Brother Ali, or do you agree with Daniel that it's not actually kufr to believe in 12 infallible imams that are greater than all of the prophets except the Prophet Muhammad, which is a mainstream Shi'i belief? Is that kufr? Well, yes, of course it is, and I think you'd agree with that. How can someone believe that a non-prophet, an imam, is greater than a prophet? This is very clear. Even children know this. The prophets are the greatest of human beings. You cannot have non-prophets being greater in status and in rank than prophets. And, as Adnan rightly brought up, if it's kufr and we make takfir of the Qadianis, those who follow Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, we make takfir of them and say that their belief in a prophet after the Prophet Muhammad is kufr, then by greater reason, the position of the 12 or Shia, that they believe in 12 individuals after the time of the Prophet Muhammad who are, they claim, are greater than prophets. They have a higher status than prophets. So if believing in one individual that's a prophet after the Prophet Muhammad is kufr, then by greater reason believing in 12 individuals that are greater than prophets after the time of the Prophet Muhammad is definitely kufr. Now, if you disagree with this, you come out and say, Jake and Adnan, I think you're wrong, here's why, and here's Daniel. Or you should come out and say, you're right, Brother Jake. I said that if Daniel is defending clear misguidance, clear confusion, then I should come out and say it. And there's no problem in doing that. Well, you injected yourself in the conversation. So that's the second example, and we'd love to hear your feedback on Brother Ali, and I'm going to assume, I'm going to have husna done and assume that you did not know about this when you made that statement, and up until now, you're watching this video. But now, since you made that statement, people are wondering what actually you believe. Now, that was not; those were issues that I was highlighting, not just for Brother Ali to witness, but also for Brother Muhammad Hijab to see, which I know he's aware of these things, and also Brother Uthman bin Farouk, which I also know that he is aware of these things. Definitely now. But I'm going to move on to Brother Uthman, and I'm going to play a clip where he didn't have to inject himself in the conversation. He didn't even do it himself, really. He was asked a question, to be fair. He was asked a question, but he chose to answer it, and the answer he gave was totally unacceptable. I'm sorry to tell you that, but it really was. Let's take a look at what he said.
This is very public. Everyone is aware of this, as far as I know. You see on Twitter or on X, whatever it's called, Danny Hakikichu, Jake the Muslim physician, going back and forth public. It's there, it's online, and it's on Al-Qaeda issues or this issue or that issue. And there have been attempts for some people to mediate, make a discussion. It didn't happen. I'm not going to go into detail. I'm not involved. But it's there and it's public, which is why I'm bringing it up. What do outsiders, people like me, people like their audience, their fans, whether they're Jake fans or Daniel fans, what do they do? How do they interact with it, or do they completely ignore it?
I'm going to caveat this by saying I haven't read what's going on between them. So I don't want to give an opinion without being well informed. I mean, my life is just insanely busy. Obviously, I know both of them personally, and they're both good brothers, mashallah, and we respect the good that they're doing for the ummah. Jake actually was with us in the AIM conference in New Jersey, and Daniel was with us before in the AIM conference in Denver. And, we hope that whatever issues they have, they would be able to take it offline. Maybe there's a reason. I mean, I don't know that they felt like it should be done, publicly. Maybe some statements were made publicly that needed to be addressed publicly. I don't think we should be fans of personalities, right? I don't think we should be Jake fans and Daniel fans, and definitely don't be Uthman fans. I think we should be fans of the haqq, of the truth. And when we see evidence from the Quran, and when we see evidence from the authentic hadith of al-Mustafa alayhi salatu wasalam, and when we see evidence from what the Sahaba radiyallahu anhum, and the great A'imma like Abu Hanifa and Malik and Shafi'i and Ahmad and others, the great scholarly traditions that we've had since then, I think we should follow that. And even if I'm a big fan of the guy, if I see that the stance the person is taking is not in accordance with the evidences, then our loyalty has to be to Allah and His Messenger above everybody else. Absolutely. So this is how I think we should deal with it.
I completely agree with your final statements there, brother. You said if someone is making public statements that are clearly not in line with the Quran and Sunnah, then they should be publicly clarified, they should be called out for these statements, and people should make clear what is the truth versus what is falsehood. Now, you are aware of the two examples that I just gave regarding Daniel's position on the Istighfar, regarding his position on the non-prophets or 12 Imams of the Shia being greater than the Anbiya. You're also aware of another position of Daniel, al-Wilayat al-Takwiniyya, which is the belief that some Shia hold that their Imams are so powerful that they control everything in the universe. I know for a fact that you agree with this. I know for a fact that you're aware of Daniel's position that this is not clear-cut and that you've been playing games with this. And I know that you condemn this. So why haven't you done it publicly? Again, there is no need for every single individual to make a public statement regarding Daniel, regarding this, or any other daddy. I fully recognize that. It's more of a communal obligation in that sense that someone has to do it. And you could say, well, Jake, you already did it. I agree with you, so I don't have to do anything. That's true in one sense. But on the other hand, unfortunately, you were asked a direct question about this ongoing dispute between Jake and Daniel, and you presented it almost as if it were a neutral affair between two good brothers. Oh yeah, Brother Daniel has come to a conference before, Brother Jake came to a conference, they're both doing good for the Ummah, I wish that this would be resolved offline. You're presenting it like it's kind of like a neutral affair, they're both good brothers, and they both done good for the Ummah. And no, it's not like, oh, Daniel is actually promoting and defending the shirk, right? And deviance versus Jake is standing up for the haqq or standing up for the truth. And again, this is not personal. It doesn't matter. It's not about Jake or Daniel. It's about what people are saying. So, again, it's not an individual obligation, brother, but you answered this question and you presented it as a neutral affair. And now, again, I'll have the same husnadhan. I'll assume to the very most, and I'm actually pretty sure that you knew some of the information prior to this when you already made that statement interview. Well, let's assume, let's have husnadhan, super husnadhan, and assume you didn't know really any of Daniel's serious violations. Well, now you definitely know about it, and you've known about it for several months after you made this problematic statement of presenting this as a neutral affair between two good brothers. So why haven't you then clarified your statement? Okay, maybe you're very busy. I understand you're very busy. You're traveling. You have family life. You're doing da'wah, mashallah, tabarakallah. You're doing many good things. No problem. But if you have enough time eventually to start doing these videos and everything, you should have enough time to sit down and make a 5-minute even public clarification on your statement of the clip that I just played. Say, you know what? I really didn't have the information at the time. You know, Daniel clearly has some very serious violations. Maybe list 1, 2, or 3 of them, whatever. And you don't even have to go into detail refuting them. You just have to say, I can't publicly support Daniel on this because he's clearly the one that's in the wrong, and I was wrong to present it as a neutral, dispute between two good brothers. That's all you have to do. But you didn't do that. So, again, when I have husnadhan, I'm going to assume that you didn't know this. I'm going to assume that maybe after watching this video that you will make a clarification, and I ask the same thing from Brother Abi Dawud. Okay? Now, I have, again, no personal issues with Brother Ahmad. I have no personal issues with him. I wish the best for him. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide him and guide me. Guide us all. However, he injected himself, or he was injected by the interviewer, and now I feel that it's required for him to make a statement. Because as it stands, I cannot publicly support Brother Uthman, Brother Abi Dawah, Brother Muhammad Hijab when they are defending or even seeming like they're acting as if this is a neutral affair between good brothers, as if Daniel of not publicly slandering, calling Adnan, myself, Fareed, and other brothers Judeo-Muslim Zionists as if he's not defending kufr and shirk. For you to present it as a neutral affair and not clearly say that you disagree with Daniel on those points, I can't support you. You know, no matter how much that pains me to say, I cannot have any public support for you, given that fact, that that's your reaction to what's been happening. Now, there's one other thing that I want to note, which is that some people don't know this, but Brother Osman, several years ago, about 3 or 4 years ago, actually made a public refutation video of me. Now, he didn't actually name me, but for people who knew about what the issue was going on at the time, everyone knew it was about me. I knew it was about me. He never, and prior to that, he had my number, we had to have private correspondence. He never went to me privately to try to discuss the matter with me. And it was a very, very minute issue. It was the interpretation of what one particular scholar says on one particular issue. That wasn't even about the fundamentals of the religion. It was about the interpretation of one specific scholar on one specific mas'ala, on one specific issue. And you felt the need, without even going privately to discuss with me prior, to just go publicly and bash me, and there was a lot of rhetoric in that video. And I swallowed it. I swallowed my pride. I didn't come out and make a public refutation in response back. I've actually kind of slightly altered my position on what I said there at the time, but it was nothing to do with matters of usul al-din. And in fact, I could still substantiate my position with aqwal, with statements from Salafi shuyukh who actually have the same position that I represented at the time. And I wasn't even saying I agreed with that scholar's position. I was just saying this is how I interpret him, and this is what I understand him as saying. And I think he's wrong, right? And I have Salafi shuyukh and statements from them to back that up. So you felt the need, I think through pressure of some of your students, to make this public refutation against me. Even though you didn't name me, people who knew about the issue knew you were talking about me. And you were very harsh in the video with some of your statements, you know, chiding me and belittling me and things of that nature. I swallowed it, didn't say anything. You invited me to your conference, and I still went. I actually gave a public lecture on Zionism, so you know more than anyone that I am not a Zionist. So are you okay with Daniel's public slander against people like Fareed, who was also at the conference, Brother Adnan, myself, and others, where he's calling us Judeo-Muslim Zionists, where he's defending kufr and shirk? I don't think you are. But your silence is deafening, Brother Adnan, and it's very disappointing and very problematic. Now, before I move on to Muhammad Hijab, I want to point out and say one more thing. Everything that I just said, I've pretty much said and expressed to Brother Ali Dawa and to Brother Osman privately. I tried to message him about 3 or 4 times privately on WhatsApp about these matters. Brother Osman pretty much blanked me, didn't respond. Brother Ali, you responded. And you actually said that you were going to remove that clip that I played where you were presenting it as a neutral affair between Daniel and myself. You said you were going to remove that. That was back in February. We're now in May. You never removed it. So I had customers on. I assume maybe you just forgot about it. You're very busy. It's not the thing on top of your mind. You don't see it as maybe as big of a deal. So I let a month go by. I reminded you in March. You, again, responded and acted as if you didn't even know what I was talking about. Then I waited again until just about a couple days ago from when this video will be released. And again, you responded, and I reiterated the same issue about possibly removing this clip. Not even for you to make a public condemnation of Daniel, just remove this clip, right? Where you're basically saying, oh yeah, he's a good brother, and he's done a lot of good for the Ummah, and if he ever says anything, then we'll come out and, you know, clarify and make sure that we correct people on this. You didn't remove it. It's still up there. So how can I assume that you don't know? I mean, this is like the 3rd time I've tried. I really have. So I don't think I could be faulted. I don't think people should be going in the comment section now and saying, oh, Jake, this is a big fitna, this should all be done in private. I tried to do it privately. Brother Osman blanked me, right? And Brother Ali said he was going to remove this clip, and he did respond to me, and then never did it, and now it's acting as if he doesn't know what this is all about. So I don't know. What can I really do? What can I really do? What can I really say? Now, last but not least, what about Brother Muhammad Hijab? So So I want to play a clip here from my discussion that I had a few months ago with Brother Muhammad Hijab, because Daniel was claiming he has this position, the same position of Daniel is defending a position, the same position of Al-Jadl, where he claims that Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah are the Ash'aris, the Maturidis, the entities of Salafis, and the differences between them are like the differences in schools of fiqh. They're all acceptable ijtihad, and there's really no major issue, right? It's not an issue of, deviance or kufr or declaring someone deviant or any, no, nothing like that. They're all acceptable positions. One can be right, one can be incorrect in some instances, no problem, right? So this is the position of Daniel. Now I asked Brother Muhammad Hijab during the discussion if he agrees, and he said, no, of course I disagree with this. So he believes that in terms of the aqidah, in terms of the release of the mutakalimeen, of the Ash'aris and the Maturidis, and obviously more broadly the Mu'tazila, that they do have deviant and even, in some cases, maybe even kufri beliefs. And the example he uses is the Quran. He says, if I'm a Hanbali, I must believe that they're clearly wrong about this. It's not just acceptable difference of opinion to believe that the Quran is makhluk or created, because I believe the Quran is letters and sounds, and that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala truly speaks in letters and sounds. And to disagree with that is to believe that the Quran is makhluk. And basically, this is clearly a deviant or kufri position. This is what Muhammad Hijab is saying. He's not defending the position of Daniel and the Jadl. So, although we have points of agreement, I'll explain where my point of disagreement or departure is with Muhammad Hijab. And let me play that clip first. Anyway, I want to just leave with this last question for clarity's sake, because I want people to be clear what your position is. We discussed earlier about this Sheikh Dido thing and what Daniel believes, that these differences are just, he keeps saying they're just very minor, they're just secondary issue, and there's no major difference and all of this kind of stuff, that the Mutakallimin don't have any deviant beliefs. Is this your position? Because he's describing this to you. You agree with it?
I say, like, the abstract notion is different.
Yeah, exactly. Just stick with the abstract, the belief itself.
For me to be faithful to the Hanbali school in terms of these issues, then obviously Imam Ahmad himself, there's no question he had a very staunch view on the Kalam of Allah, like his half, something I do too. I believe it's half, and something I believe that the Kalam of Allah is all that, but it's bad. And I don't believe that it's one of those ijtihadi masail and stuff like that. So you can say it's makhluk, but you can say it's this, you can say it's haram. There is definitely had, because if there wasn't a had, then you can become a philosopher, then you become what do you call it, a philosopher, or you can say there's nephew of sifat, there's no sifat, there's not having. So I don't believe in that. There is a had of interpretation. But in terms of me going to an Ash'ari and saying that you have left this fault of
that's another thing. Yeah. Okay, so as you can see very clearly, he's saying, look, as he claims to be a Hanbali, he cannot faithfully claim to be a Hanbali and not take a staunch view on Kalam Allah being composed of letters and sounds, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala speaks with letters and sounds, and that Imam Ahmad took a harsh stance on this. And he did. And what was his harsh stance? Anyone who believes that the Quran is makhluk is a kafir, right? So he believes that this position of not affirming that the Quran is letters or not believing that Kalam of Allah, the speech of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Quran, is uncreated and spoken by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and that he speaks with letters and sounds. To deny this is kufr. So Hijab is noting that, right? So he's saying, yeah, of course, it's not just some mere acceptable difference of opinion. So I applaud him for that. He's correct about that. However, then he follows it up by saying, but if an Ash'ari, I won't go to an Ash'ari and say that you're outside of Jamaat. Well, the problem is that if you believe that about the belief, I'm not saying that automatically the individual who has that position is automatically deemed a deviant and a kafir and this and that. No, of course. There needs to be iqamat al-hujjah, you need to speak to them, and there needs to be discussion. But if it's someone who's claiming to be a sheikh, someone who's claiming to be in a nav, someone who's claiming to call for this bid'ah, or even in some cases kufr, then eventually, yes, that person will be declared a deviant. There's no question about it. We're or in some cases, could be a cancer, right? Now, I have noted before that Brother Muhammad Hijab's position, where he seems to, and this is where he's better than Daniel, so we'll give the different grades, right? Daniel watered down the religion because he claims to be a Hanbali ethnic, so he thinks these positions are correct, which we're finding out that he really doesn't agree with the position. But that the Ash'ari and Maturidi positions on Kalam Allah, these other things, these are minor, secondary issues. He says this, whether the Quran is created or uncreated, is a secondary aqidah issue, secondary point of theology we don't have to really worry about. This is what he says. Hijab doesn't agree with that. So Daniel has watered down aqidah in the religion so much that he's masquerading as a fake Hanbali ethnic when he doesn't even believe what he's saying, and that he's just saying all these are all acceptable things. Muhammad Hijab is a step above that. He's disagreeing. He's saying, no, I don't agree with that. Yeah, these are seriously wrong positions. They can be bid'ah. There is bid'ah in the Ash'ari Aqidah and Maturidi Aqidah. Muhammad Hijab believes that. However, calling those individuals who have those deviants, calling them or labeling them deviants, he is very slow to do. And we went over different hypothetical examples, and it was very clear that, and I have to say this, that from my perspective, Muhammad Hijab has irjab in his position, right? He's like, oh, I don't really have much of a problem with takfir, but I have a problem with declaring certain individuals as deviants. So this is clear irjab, and I'm sorry, but this is what I have to say, which basically means that Muhammad Hijab is very slow. He's very delaying when it comes to declaring someone a deviant. And I have no problem with that, being very cautious. But there's certain points where if they have clear beliefs, if Hamad al-Hujjah has been done, all of the impediments and preconditions have been removed, then yeah, of course, that person rightly should be declared to be deviant. And there's no problem with that whatsoever. Okay? So that's my issue with Muhammad Hijab when it comes to his position on the Ash'ari.